This is the remastered version, though. I just have it. I guess you just all have it when you have Bioshock on Steam now, unless, I don't know. Maybe it was free or something. Can't alt-tab without it. It was a very pretty looking game. I mean, I imagine it still is, because I think it still has one of those things that they call art direction. That's probably pretty good, but it did also look technically very impressive at the time too. But yeah, how's it going, everyone? Abscon, Spock, Sanavan, Corey Treverson. Who else is I think I got everyone. Time for Bioshock. People were surprisingly excited for this. I guess, is it that surprising? Yeah. I don't know. I don't know why I never got around to playing this earlier. I guess I just imagined I'd just stream it sometime, and well, here I am about to stream it finally. After the first like hour or two, it'll be blind, and honestly, if I could remember much of what happened at the beginning, I'd be very surprised. Let's just double check these. Anyone have any hot takes on the Vita Chambers thing? Like, if I'm a big, like, you know, I like my Half-Life and my kind of old school shooters. I'm used to quick saving all the time. Turning off Vita Chamber is more fun for me. Yeah, there's like a respawn thing, right? I've shot some people in my day in video games. So, I don't know. I don't know what difficulty to pick. I don't think I can pick that right now. Can you change it later? This game wouldn't tell me. I'm sure. I feel like I don't know. Unless Vita Chambers contribute some sort of unique experience. Hey Spock, that's yeah, I've been there. I've thought about that with many games. It's a struggle too, in its own way. I don't know. I'll probably just put it on like hard. And then how many difficulty levels does this game even have? It was hard, and then there's survivor. I'm imagining I'll just put it on hard or something. I like to be a little challenged with my video games. Anyway, I don't see any reason to wait much longer. We already had like 10 minutes of lead up time. I've played a lot of shooters. I don't know if I necessarily want Survivor. I don't know. Probably I'll just do hard. I never know, because sometimes, like, I like to pick hard difficulty sometimes, but then sometimes the hardest difficulty is, like, stupid, like Alien Isolation. I thought that was dumb. Great game, but the hard, like, the Survivor or whatever, what was it? It was, like, hardcore. Hard difficulty on that game sucked, honestly. I feel like normal was the way to go. Anyway, I'll probably just do hard. I played a lot of shooters, you know? Oh. Oh, wait. This is, like... Whoops. Why are there even loading times? Some quotes from fake people. Oh. It's probably because I was alt-tabbed. I have to like keep an eye on the webcam situation as well. 1960 over the Mid-Atlantic.
They told me.
Oh.
Son,
Wait.
you're
There we go.
special.
I'm
You were
special.
born to do great things. You know what? They were right.
I'm in the ocean. I should also point out that because this is BioShock, I have some idea of things that happen in this game, I guess. Because, you know, it's BioShock. But I don't know, sometimes you get surprised. Wait, what? I don't think that would pause the cutscene. At least it doesn't skip it. This is one of those, like, back in the day, this was like, wow, I have control over this? Because usually this would be like a cutscene. Look at how sparkly the water is. I think this game is maybe still a bit too loud. Turn that down to 5. I don't know. You can give me feedback on that. Where's the lighthouse? I hear there's always a lighthouse. I don't know the relevance of that statement, but I don't think it's even relevant in this game. Still seems loud. Oh, I didn't hit apply. That's usually what you want to do when you change settings. You know, I haven't played Fallout 3 yet. A quote from Andrew Ryan, apparently. No gods or kings, only man. Oh. Wow, out subtitles is just... Is it literally just this? No, I don't know. Oh yeah, I can tell this is a quote from Andrew Ryan. It says Andrew Ryan. I thought it was like, you know, for reading stuff. In what country is there a place for people like me? Andrew Ryan. Andrew Ryan. Ayn Rand. I don't know much about Ayn Rand except that people hate her. I have not played any Fallout. You know, I'm saving it, but the blind stream experiences. So many. I saved all of these things on purpose. Don't believe me. This is cool. I like that you can still see that. That's very nice. Probably look at this. All right. Now this. Is this what they mean when they say video games are art? They're talking about this. This decoration. Oh wait, there's more. Industry. Oh yeah, that's right. There's the radio thing in Fallout. Man, if only we had the art subtitles. Let's see what it says. Turn on the art subtitles. Science. I'll probably leave it on. It's probably helpful for people to like read. It's accessibility. So we have art, science, and industry. The pillars. Oh wait, there's another pillar. No, it's just the letter R. The letter R is the fourth pillar of Rapture. Actually, the letter R is probably just Rapture, right? Ten fathoms. Mermaid? Not really. How much is a fathom anyway? I could barely even fathom how much a fathom is. Oop. Incinerate.
I am Andrew Ryan, and I'm here to ask you a question. Is a man not entitled to the sweat of his brow?
I don't know why chat disappeared, but whatever.
No,
Fix
says
that.
the man
Maybe.
in Washington, it belongs to the poor. No, says the man in the Vatican, it belongs to God. No, says the man in Moscow, it belongs to everyone. I rejected those answers. Instead, I chose something different. I chose the impossible. I chose rapture. A city where the artist would not fear censor, where the scientist would not be bound by petty morality, where the great would not be constrained by the small. And with the sweat of your brow, rapture can become your city as well.
The Kikat's 2 weeks only. All good things of this earth flow into this city. I didn't get to read the Latin. Okay, can I like fix this thing? Why not? Oop. That was weird. I'll fix it once this is done loading. Okay. What happened to this? Where did the chat window go? I don't know. Twitch or OBS, whatever. Something broke. It's probably fine. Thanks for letting me know how much a fathom is. Now I know I'm over 1 fathom tall. That sounds kind of cool. Why is the... Wait. That doesn't look good on stream. What? But why? I could always just use monitor capture, maybe. Did that look choppy to people? Okay, that might be fine. That looks normal. Johnny's dying.
Is it someone new?
I feel like I should turn down the lights slightly, maybe. I have a health bar now. I feel like it's a bad sign.
Would you kindly pick up that shortwave radio?
Yeah? Am I blind?
Grab that shortwave now. That splicer's out there still.
Oh, there it is. I am blind.
I don't know how you survived that plane crash, but I've never been one to question Providence. I'm Atlas, and I aim to keep you alive. Now, get you to higher ground. Take a deep breath and step out of the bathysphere. I won't leave you twisting in the wind. We're gonna need to draw out of hiding.
There's these things I can't use.
Trust me.
I think. No, I wasn't allowed to. Okay, yeah. Alright. Disable vital chambers on. Yeah, okay. I guess he might be able to change that actually, because it doesn't seem like it's locked. Oh, protest signs. We're not your property. Can I pick these up? Can I protest? Let us ascend. Ryan doesn't own us. Rapture is dead. Don't forget to save. Oh yeah. Good point. I do have to remember there's auto saves, I guess. Oh. Man, load screens? Hello? 2000 and whatever? Okay. Customize keys. Yes. Miscellaneous. Quick save is not F5? What is this? Oh. Gross. Okay. Alright, F8 and F9 are the keys of choice here, apparently. Reload. Sure. Switch to end fire weapon. These all seem fine. Hack, use first aid. Yeah, that's it, fine. Must be, wait. Good one.
Just a bit border. How do you like that, mister? Now, would you kindly find a crowbar or something? Bloody splicer. Seal Johnny in before they... Goddamn splicers.
Got a wrench. This'll throw a wrench in their plans. Wait, what's crouch? What did I just press? Shift? Really? Weird. Oh, crouch is C? It's one of those games? Hold up a sec. Hold up a sec. I haven't even made any changes, please. What is... Shift is weapon and pot. How about I make this C and I make crouch shift? Hello? That sounds better. Yeah. Couch! I'm crouching. I'm trying to sprint, but I'm crouching. Wait, is there a sprint? That's... I don't think so, because it was shift.
Yeah! Report me, you fuck!
Oh, alright. Ow. That kind of hurt. Oh, I remember something I need to do here, which is Steam offline mode. It's like VSync on for this. November 5th, 1946. Gonna break. Yeah! Break the glass. Break the light, too. That's cool. Alright. Break everything, right? Secure us. Is there really no... Yes, I know. There's okay. It's just like it's a no sprint game. Got it. Oh, I had walk on. I guess it's toggle to walk, not hold. Okay. The sprint is your default movement. Just what I want. Pick up your plasmid and evolve. Is that Atlas? Or is that just a guy? Probably just a guy. I fixed the chair with my wrench.
My daddy's smarter than Einstein, stronger than Hercules, and like a...
Steady now. Your genetic code is being rewritten. Just hold on and everything will be fine.
Cave Johnson, is that you? This was before Cave Johnson, wasn't it? Yeah. It was.
This little fish looks like he just had his cherry popped. Wonder if he's still got some Adam on him. Hear that? It's Buck. Weak! You're a weak chopper. This little fish ain't worth towing it with no big daddy. Yellow! Always have been. You'll be no better off with a metal daddy, little fish. See you floating right.
The briny. Frolicking brine. I'm gonna be frolicking in brine, dude. It's just like the ring. And Dead by Daylight now.
Look, Mr. Bubbles, it's an angel. I can see light coming from his belly. Wait a minute, he's still breathing. It's all right. I know he'll be an angel soon.
You alright, boyo? First time plasmid's a real kick from a mule. But there's nothing like a fistful of lightning now, is there?
Pew! Oh shoot, maybe I shouldn't have used that. I just wasted some of my juice. Oh well. How is this thing even going below 60 frames per second? Even for a second, I don't understand. I guess I could try this. Speaking of which, do I have transcoding options? I do, good. Always worried about that. Water, lots of water. Oh wait. This is fine. This is definitely okay. Okay, so number keys. And save.
Give him the combo. Zap him, then whack him. 1-2 punch. Remember,
That's the quick save.
1-2 punch.
Give him the 1-2 punch. Where'd it go? Alright. Eat those chips. Raptor is dead. And so is this guy. What is drinking the alcohol even? Can I fill up my juice? The juice meter? Oh right, I hit the...
I'm not a bad person! Hey! Tell Ryan I'm sorry. I won't do it again.
Oh, you're already dead and you're still up. Wait, what did it say? Independence, commerce, creativity, ascendancy, liberty, and justice for individualism.
Really crawl from you alone. I just want some company.
Guess I should go.
Listen, I've got a family. I need to get them out of here. But the splicers have cut me off from them. If you can reach them in Neptune's bounty, then maybe, just maybe. I know you must feel like the unluckiest man in the world right now. But you're the only hope I'll ever see my wife and child again. Go to Neptune's bounty. Find my family, please.
Oh, I have a compass now. Neptune's bounty. The great chain is guided by her hand.
Dare to sing this song.
Le Marquis de Puck.
Mommy's gone. And Daddy too. This is happening at 4 at 9. Why aren't you here? Why is
Wait.
it today? Not then?
Sorry about your flowers. Winston Hoffner is dead.
Why can't Mommy go to her breast and feel your teeth? Oh no. No, 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 no.
Oh, again.
Changed everything. They
Yo, what's up,
destroyed
AK?
our bodies, our minds. We couldn't handle it. Best friends butchering one another. Babies strangled in cribs. The whole city went to hell.
It's okay, I'll take good care of her baby. Dancing is downstairs. Do the eyes move on this poster? That'd be fun. So this thing has been shut down for less than a year, I guess. Oh, I'm drunk. Oh no. This is what's happening with that ball. I don't know. It's a ball. Is it more HD than usual? It's all exploded. It sure is. I see you. Yo, I got money. This gun's got money in it. My stream go down? Hello? Wait. I don't know. My bitrate seems fine. Does anyone? Does refreshing help? No. Don't know why this is happening. Is there any news from the rest of Twitch? What word from the outside world? What's happening? And why? Maybe I should restart my stream. Says here Twitch is audio only from now on. Alright, well I guess I'm becoming a podcast. So you know, right now I'm sitting here, I'm looking at the pause menu, I have $1 to my name. Now I guess I'll try restarting the stream. Hold please. Boop. Are we back? We are back. Okay, if you are not back, refresh your video device. Or whatever. I guess you wouldn't hear me. But hello. That was weird. We're back. A dinosaur toy. That movie, I don't remember much about it except the dude getting eaten alive by crows. Which, honestly, I feel like is the only important part of that movie. In my recollection. And also terrifying. I did like that movie. Probably because it scared me a little bit. The guy with the screw for an eye and then he gets eaten by birds. It's good. It's good. Every kid needs to grow up and watch something that scares them. A little bit too young. It's part of growing up. Anyway. Stupid phone.
Flash time.
What is this film grain effect that just showed up out of nowhere? What? Why? Anyway. You can flush the toilets and that water looks horrible. By today's standards. But you can flush the toilets.
Flash time.
Oh, there's ghosts. How can I pick up the hole in the bathroom wall? What? Oh, it's a diary named. Okay.
Hey, Brenda, you care to tell me why you've had a hole in the wall the size of Plymouth Rock coming out of your crapper going on 3 weeks now?
You couldn't see the ghosts. The game was too low resolution before.
Respectable theater. I got working folk coming in from Port Neptune trying to catch a little diversion. And all I can think about is the stink coming out of your shitter. Get it fixed.
Ah, but you see something about objectivism and individuality. He doesn't need to fix it. Ah, well. Should probably go check out that hole in the wall. Hey, it's a Fallout man. Not really.
Careful now. Would you kindly lower that weapon for a minute?
No. Dang it.
You think that's a child down there? Don't be fooled. She's a little sister now. Somebody went and turned a sweet baby girl into a monster. Whatever you thought about right and wrong on the surface, well, that don't count for much down in Rapture. Those little sisters, they carry Adam, the genetic material that keeps the wheels of Rapture turning. Everybody wants it, everybody needs it.
Good time for a quick save. Can I like disable the quick load button so I never press it? Oh, I can't save right now. I'm gonna like move quick load over or something because I'm afraid I'm gonna press it and then regret it immediately. Well, that's good. I mean, hopefully you didn't have it drawn for any spooky reasons, but it's good that it wasn't as bad as you remember. Yo, what's up, Muck? Yeah, you missed, honestly not a ton. You got here just in time to see this guy get killed, probably. There he goes.
The Big Daddy. She gathers on him. He keeps her safe.
A lock. Oh, I can actually search him now. There we go. Cool. Happy Chappy. Now showing. Not in theaters now. Is this a good time to save? Yes. Shiro. Careful. Big Daddy just, you know, just hits different these days, doesn't it? Cream-filled cake. They have so many different names for all the different types of food. We have to get more ammo eventually, I guess.
How dare you touch me!
What's the heal button again? I don't remember that. Ah, I know. First aid is F, huh? Yeah, makes sense.
Tenderloin, if you serve that in any respectable hotel in New York, they'd laugh you out of town.
I've got a present for you.
Yo, Emery Rose, thanks for gifting a sub to Muck.
If you spot a splicer in the water, hit him with the electrobolt.
Muck, enjoy your new emotes. Step on the gas.
Fucking place is poison.
He is in the water. Why did I jump in the water? I don't think it hurt me that much. The water done being electric? Yes. Altruism is the root of all wickedness. Well, that just doesn't seem correct. Come bite the apple, eat garden. I get it. Biblical, dude. Alright. Let's get drunk. Is it just trading off your health? Or maybe I shouldn't do that. It's like you get health, but you lose your juice. I need juice more than health right now. Anyway. I guess you could... So the more drunk you get, the more you can just be a guy who shoots people and wrenches people in the face. Instead of, you know, shocking them or whatever. Flush every toilet. You got it. Alright. Is there an achievement for flushing toilets? Oh, I keep forgetting I keep turning walk on. Maybe that should be on C. I don't know. Why would I ever want to walk?
Security alert in progress.
Is that a Dalek? Oh. Yo, buckshot? I don't have a shotgun yet. Give me the juice.
It's Ryan. Goddamn Andrew Ryan. Found him. Damn it. They shut off access to Neptune. There's another way to get there. Head to medical. What are you waiting for? Go!
Hope that the stream doesn't freeze again. I don't know what end of what the problem was there. Maybe just OBS. I did download the new update today.
Oh, Christ! You're trapped! Gonna try to override the exit from here.
So tell me, friend, which one of the bitches sent you? The KGB Ruth or the CIA Jekyll? Here's the news. Rapture isn't some sunken ship for you to plunder. And Andrew Ryan isn't a giddy socialite who can be slapped around by government muscle. And with that, farewell, or Dos Lobans, Jerry.
Bunch of dudes out there. Bunch of dudes out there too. Yeah, I don't know if it's exactly ideal showering water, but you know, they have water. Toilet's not a problem. Or maybe everyone's got plasmids that injected into their body that eliminate the need to take shits.
Now you've met Andrew Ryan,
That might
the
be
bloody
a thing.
king of Rapture. Now find your way to emergency access.
We're gonna try stuff.
No way, Atlas's bandits are everywhere.
Yeah, I can hack this security bot that's here. I'm hacking! Oh, it's one of these. Okay. Oops. Whoops. I didn't pay attention to controls, I guess. Why? There we go. Oh, I needed to do that.
Go out and shop. It's the Rapture way of life.
Dr. Steinman said he'd release me today. Ryan didn't come to see me since the New Year's attack, not once. But Dr. Steinman was very attentive. He told me that once the scar tissue was gone, he was gonna fix me right up, make me prettier than any girl I've ever seen. He's sweet, all right. And so interested in my case.
Oh, this thing can block me. Or maybe the stairs did that. I don't know. Well. Oops, sorry, lady. Okay, what can I buy? Restores health, trains Eve. I like my Eve. I don't really need any of this, I don't think. I mean, I guess if I don't need anything. Hack only. Can I hack this? Ooh. Oh wait, but I don't think I have buyout $10. Price is reduced. Alright, it's worth it. Yeah. Oh. Hacking. I'm hacking. Yeah, congrats, man. Underwater hospitals together, even scarier. I don't even have a shotgun yet. These sound useful. Just buy those ahead of time. Why not? Security inventory.
The finest? Keep away from my patients!
Woo! My robot's getting in the way.
Give those back to me, you horrid!
Can you like take care of each other for me? Oh, you're alive. Nice reload animation. Man, you even have a lot of health now.
And Adam. Adam and Ryan. All those years of study. Was I ever truly a surgeon before I met them? How we plinked away with our scalpels and toy morality. Yes, we could lop a boil here and shave down a beak there, but could we really change anything? No. But Adam gives us the means to do it. And Ryan frees us from the phony ethics that held us back. Change your look, change your sex, change your race. It's yours to change. Nobody else's.
Ah, here we go. This is probably about to do something bad, but...
Who is it? Uncivil, uncouth, uncomplicated!
Ow. Did my robot just shoot me? Hey. Got a Tommy gun. Oh shit, I've got a gun. F. I'm pressing the heal button. I feel like I've heard this exact same weapon switch noise in so many things. New and improved something. Prime health unit. Safe, speedy, affordable. Yo, feel as good as new. I like reading fake video game advertisements. Those are always fun. Steinman's. Oh yeah. Didn't we read your tape just a little bit ago?
Keep an eye peeled for Steinman. The daft bastard set up shop in the surgery wing. You want to find him? Just follow the blood.
Office of Dr. Steinman. Man, the water gets all over your screen as soon as you get near water at all.
Adam presents new problems for the profession.
Above all, do no harm.
As your tools
Written in
improve,
blood.
so do your standards. There was a time I was happy enough to take off a ward or two, or turn a real circus freak into something you can show in the daylight, but that was then, when we took what we got. But with Adam, the flesh becomes clay. What excuse do we have not to sculpt and sculpt and sculpt until the job is done?
Alright.
All them machines will short out right from if you hit them with
Can I
electrical.
hack you? Hacking. These seem bad. Need a vertical. Shoot. Nice. Ow. What? Jeez. Maybe my turrets are shooting me. I feel like that happened again right there. Because I'm in the way of the stuff they're trying to shoot.
I was at German prison camp, only a 16 years
Look at my
old when I
beautiful
realized
dumb
I had
robot.
love for science. German doctor, he make experiment. Sometimes he makes scientific error. I tell him of this error, and this make him angry. But then
Oh, I
he
could've-
asks, how can a child know such a thing? I tell him sometimes I just know. He screams at me, then why tell me? Well, I said if you are going to do such things,
Stay
at
away.
least you should do them properly.
Adam denies you an excuse. Cost reduced and enemies who use it. Oh. Who doesn't love a decent hacking minigame? I was gonna say like good, but how good is it? I don't know. But hacking minigames are fun. Well, I don't need that now. Why is the health machine laughing at me? I don't like that.
On the surface, the parasite expects the doctor to heal them for free, the farmer to feed them out of charity. how little they differ from the pervert who prowls the streets looking for a victim he can ravish for his grotesque amusement.
Oh, please, I have to hack again. What? Did I do something wrong? Maybe I did, I don't know. That's fine. Oh, get out of the way. What are you even shooting at? How dare these people want a society? Stop that. Stop it. Stop. Stop it. Okay, we'll just have to leave that. Physics. Twilight Fields funeral homes. It's cold. AccuVox personal voice recorder. Well, there are a lot of those. Recording the thoughts and lives of after for 5 years and counting. I guess that gives us a bit of a timeline. Oh, are you the boss? He's running away. Oh! Why did he explode? Oh, that. Security cameras I was being told about. Just at that moment.
When Picasso became bored of painting people, he started representing them as cubes and other abstract forms. The world called him a genius. I've spent my entire surgical career creating the same tired shapes over and over again. The upturned nose, the cleft chin, the ample bosom. Wouldn't it be wonderful if I could do with a knife what that old Spaniard did with a brush?
Wonderful. Whoop, camera. Yo, what's up, Team Major? Game, I'm not that far in, but game's good. Technically, I've seen the parts that I've been up to so far. For now. Wait, let me, You get to cremate someone, so that's fun. Oh. Hacker's Delight. Hack and heal. Okay. Equipped separately from plasmids and other types of tonics. Okay, so when I hack, I heal. That's pretty good. I like that. Too bad I hacked the camera first, but... There's the doctor, man.
Is that some garbage? Oh!
My robot's kind of annoying me.
Parasite wanders the hall. We rebuild our city and the doubters that apply to spoil our home. 1,000 atoms for the man or woman who pins its wings.
Don't want that, really. Bandages, good. Nothing. Mushrooms? Oh, whoa. Give me that. Ooh.
Light up
A video.
rose to 1,000 degrees. Warning, fire spreads.
Fire spreads. Oh. Why isn't my robot doing anything? You suck, robot. I blew up my robot.
Rapture lead to Ryan. Security, the splicers, the big daddies, the little sisters. He pumps some kind of chemical scent in the air. Pheromones, they call it. Makes them all dance to his tune.
Well, maybe that robot should have started shooting those people instead of not shooting them. So I could have my here's how fire works tutorial. Oh well. Goodbye, robot. You won't get in my way anymore, I guess. Ooh. I should probably save. It's been a bit. Can you believe this is only going to be my second favorite game about an underwater city? Or maybe it's my third. Actually, I guess it can't. Selma is not about an underwater city. But you know, whatever. Underwater station. Why am I going backwards? Oh wait, because I need to.
Andrew Ryan asks question. Are you a man or a slave?
There's like noises of mysterious origin going on. I don't know how I feel about those. I didn't know there was an underwater city unless I do. What is happening? You know, there's aquatic mine. Not an underwater city. Aesthetics are a moral imperative.
Why do we have two eyes? Is there some law that says we must? 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 ears, 2 breasts. I'm not finished! Not finished!
Hey. Thanks.
You'll have to find some way to get through to surgery and Steinman. Chin up now. The Lord hates a quitter.
Oh.
I can hear that spine sounding off like it's the 4th of July. Explosives are hard to come by down here. But if you get your hands on one of them telekinesis plasmids, you can catch the damn firebombs and toss it right back in his gob. Or anything else that might be standing in your way.
I don't even need to hack this because it won't do anything for me right now. I can hack this though. What is this? Avoid. Okay.
Welcome to the Circus of Value.
I don't even have a shotgun. Buy some machine gun rounds. Why not?
What's the matter, Frank? It's this thinning hair, Jim. Every day there's less and less.
You know the problem's not in your hair, it's in your genes.
Hey, I don't go in for all that splicing stuff. My buddy says it's not safe.
Shows you what your buddy knows.
Free plasmids at Family Dental.
Trial of fresh hair. Fresh hair is not only gives you a full head of good hair.
Slim down and telekinesis. Why would you pick slim down over telekinesis?
Safe. Maybe it's time for me to get a little fresh hair.
So you told me to look for like... I actually have to go back to find the plasmid that I'm supposed to get. Guess so. Director's commentary. Oh. Get over here. Stop it. Oh my god. Too fast. Oh, I can. Ah, it's like a Metroidvania.
Is your matter. But you might want to cogitate on this. Ocean water is colder than a witch's tip. You don't heat the pipes freeze. Pipes freeze, pipes burst. Then Ratchet leaks. Now, I realise you're a posh sort of geezer, and frankly, I don't give a toss if you piss or go fishing. But once Ratchet starts leaking, the old girl's never gonna stop. And then I'll be sure to tell Ryan he's got you to thank.
I guess I could take the heal. I don't even know how much I heal when I hack, but... Not that much.
Welcome to the Circus of Value.
Get those $2 potato chips. Yeah.
Got it! Breaking every door!
I'm running out of pistol rounds, actually. Maybe I should buy some.
Welcome to the Circus of Value.
Maybe I should zap people more. What? Well, that's weird. Hello, give me the pieces I need. I don't know. I guess I could work with this. Oh, there we go.
I can see death floating in the air. Tom.
Thank you. Now, this thing I wanted to pick up before I was rudely interrupted. I want that.
Clinical trial lot 44, Dr. Suchong, client Fontaine Futuristics. Subject age white male, one Roland Wallace. Can you hear me, Mr. Wallace?
Yes, sir, Mr. Suchong, sir.
Very well. Right, I'm introducing lot 44 now. We've codenamed the lot 44 Enrage because of its tendency to... Nurse? Hold him down! Nurse!
Well, sounds like a logical result to that. Wield club-like weapons with unprecedented skill and power. Wait, what is my, like, upgrade situation? Why does he sound surprised? He really should not be. He's not a very good scientist, and now he's dead. That's objectivism, baby. I don't know. Oh, that's not good. I'm dying. I swear I hit that thing with the electricity, but what are you gonna do? What are you gonna do about it? What? What? Stop it! Ah! What is a disaster? Just give me this shit. Get out of here. Get out. I guess I'm going the right way. Ah, here we go. Protect me, robot. Who doesn't love a good video game shotgun? It's always nice to have. Alpha's done to all. Oh, what? That's just rude.
Honey, the moon belongs. You know, the best things in life, and the sun, they belong. They're shining up there for you.
Where? Here we go. No, wait.
The flowers, Robin.
Why did I smoke? It was bad. Oh, well, no.
Everyone, the best things in life are free. The best things in life are free.
Clinical trial lot 23, Dr. Suchong. Client Fontaine Futuristics. Work on telekinesis plasmid proceeding well.
Can I get a dog plasmid?
Distant, present no problem. Moving objects through space, no problem. Cannot stop speeding bullet, but can catch and throw faster moving object. Problem not with plasmid. Problem with reaction time. Suchong just get new idea for plasmid.
Pick up big stuff with your mind. Ugh. Well, can you pet the plasmid? Can you pet the dog plasmid?
Throw them back.
Why is that the #1 selling point in this like fake advertisement? Catch grenades. Not like, I don't know, telekinesis your broom around the house, your vacuum. Listen, sometimes in Rapture, people are just gonna throw grenades at you. Hold, release, drop, catch. Grab the trophy instead. That'll work. Oh.
At the German prison camp, they put me to work on genetic experiments on other prisoners. They call me das Wunderkind, a wonder child. Germans. All they can talk about is blue eyes and the shape of forehead. All I care about is why is this one born strong and that one weak? This one smart, that one stupid. All that killing. You think the Germans could have been interested in something useful?
What's this? Oh, buckshot. Cool. Gotta reload all the guns. Yeah, they go for a similar era, I guess. At least this one. Look, I have better things to do than question the source of ammo in this game, in these games. Like, shoot the ammo at stuff.
I'm opening you up! Typical
Oh, wait. Yeah. Just throw your thing again, you know you want to. Oh wait, can I like pick that up and throw it at stuff? Probably. Abscon, noted 60s aesthetic enjoyer, apparently. And as we all know, aesthetics are a moral imperative, so... Oh wait, I should have thrown it at the other thing. How about you try another one, buddy? Pal?
You're crawling! You're sick!
The aesthetics were better than the morals. That's honestly very hard to argue with. What is that? Yeah.
Today I had lunch with the goddess. Steinman, she said, I'm here to free you from the tyranny of the commonplace. I'm here to show you a new kind of beauty. I asked her, what do you mean, goddess? Symmetry, dear Steinman. It's time we did something about symmetry.
You ruined everything! Get him! And your house is tearing you big!
Give me the hacks. I gotta get this thing away from here. There we go.
It's unsanitary in here. Filthy. Let me take care of you.
You know what? I feel like I'm getting baited into going into a bad direction. And yet, there we go. Yes. Need a vertical. Okay. Stop shooting at each other. You're friends now. feel like I didn't explore something over. Get out of my way. Explore something over here. Ah! Why do they keep giving me more things to hack? When will it end? Oh, not that way. The answer is it will never end. This game will keep producing new hackable things for me. There we go. Where did I put that piece? What? I have to hack the safe too? Unbelievable. Also, I need to get this thing away from here immediately. Oh shit. Wait. Quick. It's over. I was looking in the wrong direction. So there we go. Worth it. Worth it. Give me that. Give me that. Give me all this stuff. Never mind. This has all been worth it.
Aphrodite is walking the halls, shimmering like a scalpel. Stein, she calls. Stein, I have what you're looking for. Just open your eyes, and when I see her, she cuts me into 1,000 beautiful pieces.
Hated these? What, the hacking minigames? Or... I'm alright with them. There's a lot, apparently, but... Oh, hey, look, oil. Oh, could have used that, I guess. I don't even have fire equipped, actually. I guess I can't. I need to buy the ability to equip more things.
I want to make them beautiful, but they always turn out wrong. That was too fat. This one too tall. This one too symmetrical. And now, what's this guy? An intruder. He's ugly. Ugly.
I'm ugly. I'm ugly and I'm proud.
Look at you.
It all worked out.
You alright? It was time somebody took care of that sick bastard. Make sure you get the key off Steinman and head back to emergency access. I'm working my way to the backside of Port Neptune myself. We'll get there soon enough.
Emergency access. Okay. Yeah, that guy was, well, you know, that's superior medical technology right there. Not what she wanted.
Silk and down.
The nose looks terrific, Dr. Steinman. Doctor?
You know, looking at it now, I didn't realize how much her face sags. Scalpel?
Excuse me?
Scalpel.
Doctor, she's not booked for a facelift.
Let's just come in here and...
Doctor, stop cutting. Doctor, stop cutting. Get me the chief of surgery. Get me the chief of surgery now!
Is that ironic, Echo? Just more the opposite. I guess I could have shocked him if he ran over here. Man, I don't want to. I have so much health. I'm not hacking that thing. I gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Gotta go fast. Alright. Okay. I'm capped out on first aid kits. Okay. Well, I mean, there's no downside to just spam clicking all the things, at least. So I just do that, and then I just find the pieces I need. I don't know. That kind of puzzle is like in a lot of video games, so I guess I'm just used to it. Resident Evil has that as well. Nice music. Oh, right, my turret. Static discharge. Oh. Oh, so it's like, blade mail or whatever. You just hurt people who hurt you. Which Resident Evil? Doesn't Resident Evil 2 Remake have a puzzle like that? I think it does. Not sure. It's common enough anyway. I don't know if a lot of them are probably because of this video game, but I wouldn't be surprised if something else did it first.
Approaching a little sister is a criminal offense. Do not.
Welcome to the Circus of Value.
You better come out. I just want to find your wounds.
Sounds like another tunnel collapse. Welcome to Rapture, the world's fastest growing violent joke.
Oh, flashback?
It's a little one. Here's your chance to get some Adam.
$2 voucher from a vending machine, not bad.
Stay away from her, or it is you who will be shot next.
Easy now, Doctor. He's just looking for a wee bit of Adam. Just enough to get by.
I'll not have him hurt my little ones.
It's okay, lad. That's not a child. Not anymore, it ain't. Dr. Tenenbaum saw to that.
Bitte do not hurt her. Have me no heart.
Aye, that's a pretty sermon coming from the ghoul who cooked up them creatures in the first place. Took fine little girls and turned them into that, didn't you? Listen to me, Boyle. You won't survive without the Adam those things are carrying. Are you prepared to trade your life, the lives of my wife and child, for Tenenbaum's Frankenstein?
Here. There is another one. Use this. Free them from their torment. I will make it to be worth your while. Somehow.
Should I be the one guy who just kills them? No. Burn down the orphanage. Save. End world hunger. What do you do? Promise to make it worth your while. Which one did I press? Who knows?
cute.
Oh god, you're even more terrifying like this, honestly.
The righteous is not always easy. Yes. The reward will become clear in time. Be patient.
Maybe she should have been harvested. She looks creepier that way.
Bounds playing you for a sap. Those things may look like wee little girls, but looks don't make it so.
Oops, I didn't want to jump that. I wanted to check this.
If you cross paths with another of them gatherers, garden machines, make sure you pick up a new plant or two. That's if the price ain't too dear, of course.
Not only are those little girls veritable atom factories, they're nearly indestructible. They regenerate any wounded flesh with stem versions of the dead cells. But their relationship with the implanted slugs is symbiotic. If you harvest the slugs,
slugs.
the host will die.
I should probably take a quick break
So
soon.
you see, it's not like killing, Tenenbaum said. It's more like removing a terminal patient from life support.
You changed their opinion, I guess. I can't even pick that up. Director's commentary. What? Oh. See you later. Or never, I don't know. I do like when they have director's commentary in video games. Can I hack? Oh yeah, I guess I don't have... Oh wait, no, I have Adam. I just don't have enough for everything. First aid kits also give you Eve. That sounds nice. Ooh, and Rage is honestly kinda... I like that. I think I'm gonna get this. Alright. This is the maximum Eve. Get these two. More Eve for more cool powers, and then we have Enrage, which how do I like actually access my gene bank or whatever? Hopefully I didn't like... Oh. Only I could equip them all. If only. If only there was some way I could have done that. And also not had a creepy human child look at me like that. Oh well. Gonna do like another hard save, I guess. And then I'm gonna take a quick break and grab a drink or something. Go to the bathroom. Stretch my legs. Hope everyone's enjoying. I think I'm probably about to get to stuff I've never seen before pretty shortly. Although honestly, it's been like years, so I don't really remember any of this anyway. Be right back. There's the text. You know what? Look at this, because there's no music yet. You're nice. Okay, be right back. Yeah, Sanovan, you do. It's a good game. It's the best Zelda game. It's the best video. Well, I love it. You know, if Nintendo was like most other companies, you would say yes, but probably not. I don't know, it feels like they should just put the 3DS versions on like Switch, but I don't know why they wouldn't have done that already, you know? Anyway, I just got a rum and coke. Ooh, there it is. Because, I don't know, seems like a nice idea. Gotta refill that yeah, I gotta get my Eve up. Alright. Now what? Going this way. Where is, weapons, no. Oops. Changing your plasmid abilities. Oh no. I'll use the gene bank thing. Maybe I can't use it with this machine. Sure. I feel like I missed a control thing. Maybe I just need to go to a specific machine that is not that one. Weapon and plasmid selection. Exactly. Alright, cool. We'll just see that then, whenever we get there. It's just like Team Fortress 2, I'd always just run around doing this.
It won't be easy, but it's the only way to get to Little Sisters and the Adam they carry.
Hey, it's a Big Daddy time. Oh, this means I should probably do this. Anti-personnel. Could save time. Yo, what's up, Amaribo? Stream is going good. Thanks for gifting out that sub earlier, by the way. Much appreciated. Alright, what do we, what about just start blasting? What machine? Oh, this thing. That's not a lot of help. Oops. Yeah, the shotgun looks cool. Nice looking shotgun.
You saved me.
Wait, wait! Wait. Does this thing get classified as a machine? Oh, no, I was talking about something else, I guess.
Oh, I'm ready for dream time, Mr. Bubbles.
There she goes. Into the incinerator. Or whatever. I want to switch to these. I don't want to use my armor rounds. I'll get out of there. Right. Guess I'll just find another one of those machines later. Maybe I should just go back. Wait, can't I open this now? Oh, I don't have fire! Equipped.
Are you almost back to emergency access? Come through as soon as you get there. You got Ryan's eye now. You won't hear him coming, but he'll be there before you know it.
Free minds, free will, and free men.
Welcome to the Circus of Value! Feel your cravings at the Circus of Value!
That was sneaky. Oh no. No, it's probably just this. Coffee. You know, coffee.
For your patience. I don't know how you managed it, but you did. Come through to Port Neptune now. I'm looking forward to shaking your hand.
So many options on my subway ride here.
Now you've had the pleasure of Andrew Ryan's company. He's the one who built this place, and he's the one who ran it into the ground. Nobody knows exactly what happened. Maybe he went mad. Maybe the power got to him. Maybe he just decided he didn't like people. Whichever way you slice it, good men died. Me family's in a submarine hidden in the foundation of Fontaine Fisheries. I'll meet you there.
That's what they call environmental storytelling. Oh, there's the gene bank. Okay. Can you please just give me... Okay, there we go.
Welcome to the Circus of Value!
Have I played any Fallout games? No, actually. I have not. We were just talking about that earlier, actually. Another thing I'll strike off the list sometime. I don't know. I have so much money, I might as well just buy some stuff. I don't know how you've resisted them. Honestly, I've been saying, hey, I should play Fallout 3 for forever, and I just never did. That happens with a lot of things, actually. Don't ask me why. Osmid's physical engineering. I don't even have engineering stuff. Oh, man, Electro Bolt just seems so useful. I don't know. Need more slots. Oh well. But Enrage sounds fun. I'm gonna use Enrage and Electro Bolt. Just want to have Electro Bolt to deal with machines. You know, why does my hand look like that? Angry Juice. I take it back. I don't want this ability anymore. Days. That's not even a very good record. Oh, look, an accident. Wait, what do small amount of anti-personnel damage. Piercing. Okay. So piercing, single target, armor. Got it.
Go by like wind.
Oh, another one? Hold up. Oh shit. Maybe this guy's strong. This guy's strong. Wow, he's very strong. Also, I wish I had the other plasmid for him, I think. Whoops. Now the eggs are in the scramble. Interesting quote. Where am I? Oh, okay.
Now you had the pleasure of Andrew Ryan's company. He's the one who built this place, and he's the one who ran it into the ground. Nobody knows exactly what happened. Maybe he went mad. Maybe the power got to him. Maybe he just decided he didn't like people. Whichever way you slice it, good men died. Me family's in a submarine hidden in the foundation of Fontaine Fisheries. I'll meet you there.
Let's try incinerating and talking. Alright, let's Alright. Yep. Yep. Sure. So much money as well. Telekinesis.
What days
Hold up. Man, telekinesis is way better for this guy. He's still really strong. Maybe I shouldn't do that the way I'm doing it. Can I just like chill out and then just get him later? Perhaps after finding one of these power to the people stations. You know, I just realized I don't know if I updated my tags and they're probably wrong. This is not, is this retro? Probably not. Damn, this game's retro. What is it, 14 years old? Wait. Is that right? Jeez, it's 15 years old almost. I feel like I don't like to go by strictly generation when I'm talking about retro things because like the beginning and end of a generation are like 6 years apart sometimes. You look at like PlayStation 2, that thing was making games forever. The Wii had its last official game release in like, well, the Wii is probably retro anyway. Any way you slice it. I tend to just go by like, could an adult human being have not been alive when this game came out? So I feel like this is maybe a couple years outside of what I would consider retro, but it's pretty close. Anyway. Can I pick this up? Is he shooting at me? He is. What is that? Oh, it's a turret. Oh, whoops. I'm stuck. Also, it's that guy. Speed! Oh yeah, I don't have the ability to, man, I missed the shock. Decisions. This is why I wanted to keep the shocky thing. Also, walking that way was a bad idea. Maybe I'll keep shock and telekinesis again. Go back. What's this? Oh, it's the saw thing here. Go back. Can't think of any 3D. I mean, I would solidly put anything N64 or PS1 in retro. And it feels like retro. It doesn't. It's not just like, ah, yeah, it's retro. But it feels appropriate too. Oh, is that guy gone now?
Little sister is a criminal offense. Do not approach the little sister.
This is an interesting situation I've gotten myself into, but oh. Shot at by nerds from really far away. Can you like toss me one of those? Oh shoot, that wasn't telekinesis. Wow. I blew myself up. I'm stuck. Man, I wasted a whole explosive barrel on nothing. But it's 3D. It's 3D, it can't be retro. Take photos, what? New features I don't even have access to yet. Maybe there's something over here I can use. Like this. Maybe if I walked over here I would have had all I needed. Why do I care about hacking stuff? Plasmid shot. I don't know. I wish I could see what it was so I could tell if I need to save up for it, you know? Anyway. Whoa. I keep thinking I re-equipped my telekinesis, but I didn't. Or I saved over. I don't know. Yeah, I didn't save over it. Whoops. Do I want to walk back for telekinesis? Yes, I guess. It's just good. Just a useful thing. Remember to save this time. Oh wait, no, telekinesis, yes. Electro bolt, there we go. Back. When do I get my camera? Sometimes I'm worried that like saving at the wrong time when something's happening will just break everything. Fish. Hi, buddy. No, not really. Okay, that works. What is shooting at me?
You fat whale! Give her to me!
Does that not even do anything to him? Okay, well. I hit the crawl button back to walk. Oh, what? That didn't work. Are you too far away to shoot? I don't know if anti-personnel makes sense for this at all. I agree, Abscond. Don't make the scary enemies just like, ah,
You have
yes.
shown kindness to my little
Scary
one,
man.
but are you really a friend to us? Regardless, a little one brings you a gift. To
Make them
demonstrate
mysterious
our
and
appreciation.
inscrutable. The reward will be inside a teddy bear at a gatherer's garden. Teddy bear, gatherer's garden. Noted. I'm getting a teddy! Oh wait, I should go back to this thing. Well, that cost a lot of health. Goodbye. Gatherer's garden. Well, there's like another one right up ahead. I don't know. I feel like I could have done that whole situation better. Alright, see you later, Eka. What's over here?
Do not approach the little sister.
Oh yeah, there's this. Which...
Must be you in the
Oh, whoop. Oh god. What a mess. Okay, well. Who needs hell? I need health, so I'm gonna hack this thing. Why am I even going this way and not the other way first? Woo. What are you shooting at?
Down on the ground! Down on the ground!
Oh, that guy. Oh, he's one of those guys. Well. He could lob it over the cover. Well, we can do that without dying, I'm sure. So is that all optional, or can I, like, go around that way? Not sure.
All his commandments. All his commandments. I'm here to hurt.
Wow. What is this mess? No subtitles for that one?
We're putting all the bathyspheres in lockdown until further notice. Ryan had us install some kind of genetic device into the thing, so only Ryan and his inner circle will be able to use them without dispensation. But the boys tell me the keys are pretty unreliable. Sisters, cousins, anybody in the ballpark genetically will be able to come and go as they see fit.
Who's that? I'm just lonely. I'm lonely.
Did he like double explode me? Anyway. Whoop. Okay, we're building up the health resources again. Slowly. Yeah, I don't know what happened to those subtitles. They just broke. Maybe because random dude started attacking me. Does this just loop back around into the exact same area? Yes. Gift. Hypnotize Big Daddy. Will fool Big Daddy into protecting you. That seems so specific. But also... Oh, there's more explosives just in here that I could explode.
Hey.
When did I save? Before I got into that? Well, you know what? I learned to think about too about the order of operations in this room. Probably don't go down the hallway first. That seems bad. Go this way. Get my teddy bears. What? Did I just throw a first aid kit at him? That sucks. Oh, what a mess. I'm dying over here. Also, that's bad. Ah, fuck. It was actually over. And I'm almost dead. Okay, let's do this. That seems better.
Cursed shall be the fruit of thy battle. Fight me properly.
Man. Ah! Oh boy. Oh. What? This is bush. Man, that was brutal. It was just like, oh, I guess you lose. Oh, give me these.
Where is he, Madonna?
Stop shooting! They're dead. Alright, I'm saving. It's been long enough. Poor fish. Timmy H.
Mr. Ryan asked me personally to make this clear to you. You give us Fontaine and this whole filthy ring of his, and you'll be knocking back pints up at the Fighting McDonough's. But if you prefer to play the mule, we'll treat you like a mule. Give him a taste, Patrick. What's that? Change of heart, Timmy? Timmy? Ready to talk now?
Go on, son. Go on, do your duty. Whatever Ryan thinks he can do to me, Fontaine can do double!
Well, he's dead. What?
Come on, you fucking
Did you see the way he spun around when I shot him? That was sick. Oh. How do I see it. Or maybe I can telekinesis it. Telekinesis. Nice. Puzzles. Telekinesis is not a verb, but you know, I did use it that way. Wait, I actually don't want to go this way yet. I want to go grab that other stuff. Blacksmith slot. There we go.
Light up foes to 1,000 degrees. Warning, fire spreads.
Winter Blast. Well, I can afford like 2 of these. I've seen this before. I know what it's like. Alright, I'm maxed out on those for now.
Freeze your enemies. Shatter them into 1,000.
Pretty sure I never played any of the stuff that I'm playing right now. This is like beyond what I've seen in a video game. Sonic Boom sounds alright. Does Armored Shell like affect bullets? Oh yeah, it's how about not wife? Just like those boomer newspaper comics. Wife bad, cell phone bad. Teenagers don't make sense. Only man. They don't make sense. Do I want more max health? Or do I want more cool powers? Well, I don't have slots for more cool powers, so maybe I don't really need any. That said, Sonic Boom sounds kind of cool. Armored Shell is basically like having... Oh, wait. You know what? Static Discharge kind of sucks. Why would I want to take damage? Or rely on taking damage? Sonic Boom, huh? Then what am I gonna get rid of? I kind of like the idea of using Rage. I don't have any engineering things. Hypnotize Big Daddy. Oh yeah, we do have that. Probably will be useful for the next little bit, considering I just got it. I don't care about the hacking difficulty. Really don't know. I'm just gonna, I don't have slots, so I'm just gonna buy a health upgrade. Oh yeah, I wanted to go over here. Where's the door?
In troubled times, give your little girl the life that she deserves. Boarding and education free.
Oh, here it is. I just don't want you to shoot me when you stop being stunned. Okay, we're clear. I already listened to that one. Is that another large father? If I just don't. Oh, that didn't do anything. That wasn't even a gun. Or an explosive or whatever. Oh yeah, I do have lots of electro bolts. That's gonna explode.
Hide in the shadows. You shall know I am the Lord.
This is an interesting situation.
More of you I kill, the better this place will be.
I don't really have the ammo for that. What the hell? Oh, you know what? There's all the explosives in that room. That would have been helpful. That was probably all I needed. If I could just get him into that room, then I could just chuck all the explosive barrels at him and do like a billion damage. Let me just walk past you. Chase me? I really prefer to be chased. Ow, fuck. Dude. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. Probably could have done that way better, but you know what? He's dead now, and I'm not.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't even want to buy any of these things right now. Well, okay, yeah. Oh yeah, I didn't even try Winter Blast. That might have been useful.
Knock foes back with hurricane force. Laugh as they bounce off the wall.
Well, I have more dollars. Which I can use on these. It's all worth it. What is shooting at me now? I like a mushroom. Oh! Where am I going? Just get me out of here, dude.
Who can blame a lady who craves variety?
Didn't think I would just get like 50 free health kits right away.
The gentleman who stopped crying.
No, I don't think I've seen an enemy try and use these yet. Supposedly, it's a thing that can happen. What do we got? Prices are really high for 1960. I watched you kill an enemy as they used one. Whoops. Look, I'm not a patient man sometimes. Okay, I am a patient man maybe, but sometimes people need to die faster. Oh. Hey.
Just ready, hold on ahead. Says you will You're looking for an invite to the fisheries. Nuts, I say. But if your head's up to the Wharf Master's office and find old Peach on a research camera, maybe I could manage an invite.
Okay, so this is where the camera comes into play.
Well, what was that? My friend, you are fucked.
I don't think so. Oh, why did it...
Something to keep you alive. Now, go get that camera, and then snapshots of those that crawls on the ceiling. Then I'll let you into the fisheries. Just remember, sonny friend, I smell an ounce of Fontaine on you, and I'll have you in a box. Atlas gives you the vouch, but I ain't turning my eye just on his say-so.
Got a grenade launcher. Always good to have.
Grown man jumping at ghosts. Fontaine's dead, and everybody knows it.
Oh, you guys are alive, huh? What if I just zapped you again?
Christ, even Ryan. You never mind all that. We got work to do.
People keep trying to talk at me while I'm shooting people. It's really... It's not helping. Is that not doing it? I just launched a corpse at that guy and that worked out pretty well. Oh. Sometimes bullets are just being fired from who the fuck knows where, and I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do about it. Like, who's even shooting at me? Where are they? From whence do they come? Oh, they're over there.
Something must be done about Fontaine. While I was buying buildings and fish futures, he was cornering the market on genotypes and nucleotide sequences. Rapture.
It's the ghost.
Transforming before my eyes. The great chain is pulling away from me. Perhaps it's time to give it a tug.
Who's there? I'm just lonely. Don't make this harder than it needs to be. Run!
What is this thing? Oh, it's a pistol. Oh. Why are there just like 50 billion Big Daddies in here? Alright, well. Hey, bud. Kind of out of like explosive barrels for you. Maybe I should find that cannon. Or that camera. Cannon. I do have a grenade launcher though, which is just a cannon. I mean, look at it. But I'll see if I can find that camera first. Ooh, proximity mines. Are you just the same? No, I don't know.
Because his hands were crippled during the war. He was unloading the barge the other day when he was bleeding from the sea slug. He woke up the next morning and he found he could move his fingers for the first time in years.
I just want to listen to the thing, but people are shooting at me.
Sea slug, as luck would have it. He did.
Are you hostile to me? Did I like hurt you by accident? I don't think so, right? Okay, okay.
Hurry, Mr. B.
I'm exploding! Yeah, but I could. That was unfortunate. The turret was just shooting at the Big Daddy and I was just in the way. Alright, well, food, first of all. I know it was attacking the Big Daddy. That's what I said, in fact. Are these things that... Oh, wait, you gotta finagle it. There we go. Hello. Can I just like get past you? Cool. I will listen. I will kill you. But first I will leave. Well, I don't need to play that now. Maybe I can stop this turret before it... Oops. Don't you have bigger things to worry about? People are very mean. I'm not even involved in this. But I shouldn't be. Okay, you take care of that this time. This is the first Big Daddy you killed. Peacefully listen to my tape over here.
Men have taken you away and said you are needed to save Rapture. Who needs a child to save a city? But I see these little girls crawling.
Why don't I just leave the Big Daddies alive? I want to kill them.
If you might one day crawl out of this vent and
Also, I just left 2 alive.
we look for you, but if you find this, come to us.
For now.
Fighting McDonald's in room number 7. The code to our room
7533.
7533. We miss you, our darling child.
Let me grab these.
Now the eggs are in the scramble.
Now the eggs are in the scramble.
Right after midnight. Either Ryan will be taking down Fontaine, or Fontaine will be taking down Ryan.
The eggs are in the scramble. It is a funny line, I don't know. Oh wow, look at that, that's nice.
Welcome to the Circus of Value.
Bags seem like a good investment. Using ew. Money? My money that I worked hard for?
This Fontaine fellow is somebody to watch. Once he was just a menace, to be convicted and hung. But he always manages to be where the evidence isn't. He's the most dangerous type of hoodlum. A kind with vision.
I'm just glad I can finally listen to an audio tape without being shot at. I mean, I know I can listen to him later, but... Pew! Can I even... I don't think so. I'm just gonna get past you. What? I wasn't even in vision. Oh, there's that one. Well... Not my money. I will not pay $20. I refuse. Out of my way.
The research camera looks just like what you'd see topside. According to magazine news by Scranton, it can also analyze genetic information, parse biological structures, lots of other $5 worth.
We just need to wait 20 seconds and maybe shock this guy. And hack him for the health, why not? I don't know if I can help, but whatever. Keeps them from shooting me, which is basically like giving me health. I'm taking like the least good way through all of this, but kind of just bumbling through this entire situation. Oh, that's nice. Oh, look at that. That's like almost a perfect hack already by itself. I'm exploding. I probably should have approached this entire room differently. Didn't know it was going to be such a robot massacre. Also, this game is like feeling way louder. Maybe I should turn everything down except for like dialogue. That might be good. Well, really just sound effects. Alright, well. Let's, do this differently. Why must there be so much hacking? Maybe there's too much hacking in this game. Has anyone ever said that before? Probably. Oh. Too much water. Yeah, 7 out of 10. Stealth it. Oh. Okay. Potato chips. Intestine. Am I going the right way? No. Thank you. Well, I'm finding stuff. Bad. Actually, maybe. Oh, hi. Bot shut down. You invent. I don't even know what you invent is. Whoop. Find the research camera. Where am I? What? Upstairs, goal. Okay. Or downstairs goal at what the? Okay.
The research camera looks just like one you'd see topside. According to this magazine article I scrounged up, it can also analyze genetic information, parse biological structures, and lots of other $5 words.
Okay, let's do this like before, but like way better. Yep. I don't know. We're here. Man, And so much of this game is just stuff shooting at other stuff that isn't you. I haven't even been using Sonic Boom.
Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Little ones to him belong. They are weak, but he is strong. Father, why have you forsaken? Oh, come on then.
Take pictures of the enemies with the camera to research them. New mechanic.
You got the camera. Now give me some snaps on those spider splicers. And don't come back down here till you've got my research.
Jesus.
Hey. This camera mechanics are always fun. Vulnerable to unsafe personnel rounds. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting I have this grenade launcher.
I'm sorry, Bob. I'll do what you say. I'll do what you say.
Man, these things really need to stop shooting. They're making a lot of noise. Oh my god. You're on fire. Just die. Yeah, I'm gonna get all the emblems in the game, Tapioca. Every single one.
Fucking thing!
Security bullseye. Fine. This is part of 180 thing. Any game I can.
Set
Wait.
security bots and turrets on your enemies.
Any game I can collect 180 of something in, it's in the part of the challenge. Multiple subjects. Ooh.
You think you can trick me?
Would you stop shooting? Oh wait, I have to go that way now. Seems like a good time to save. And listen to this looping gunfire sound. Help. Oh, I don't need that. I understand. I understand completely. kind of hungry. Kind of want a snack. And yet... here I am. Do I even need ammo? I'm not short on ammo. That's not the problem. Multi's not... I just need gunfire sounds to stop when I'm not in the room with the things that are shooting at whatever. There's no peace and quiet in this game, damn it.
You have the research camera? Good. Guess it's time to get to work for old Peachy. Take the man's pictures, and let's get the hell out of this place.
It is your duty to report the smuggler.
Did I miss opportunities to kill Big Daddies? Maybe, I don't know. Or maybe I'll go buy them again. Probably collect more if I need to. I need another one of these, or yeah. I know I have all these plasmid things, but at the end of the day, I can still just shoot people in the face. It's hard to resist that.
As the respectable lapsable turned me away, I have turned to Fontaine smugglers in Port Neptune for supplies. Fontaine's men are pigs. They spit, they stink. But they deliver, and they don't ask questions. They're all terrified of Fontaine. He reminds me a bit of the Germans. So efficient. It wouldn't surprise me if he were soon running things down here.
Ah.
We tricked you, monster. I'm not a monster! Find a better hiding place, monster. I can... Why are you...
Hey. Bonus action shot. Stop shooting, please. What did I even do this for? Well. Why is someone? Why? My punishment. My punishment for standing in the camera. Or not wanting to pay $20, I guess, more accurately. hide from the rest of the robots. Don't you dare run away. Why did it switch to the fire? Is there really nothing in there except for a couple like random items?
Welcome to the circus of
What's in here? Film. I keep forgetting I have proximity mine. Wait, what are those? Oh, they're on this. Okay, I got it.
The death penalty and rapture. Council's in an uproar. Riots in the streets, they say.
Cool,
This is the
reload.
time for leadership. Action must be taken against the smugglers. Any contact with the surface
It's
exposes
almost 1
rupture to
a.m.
the very parasites we fled from. A few stretched necks or a small price to pay for our deals.
Sure. Let's hack again. Oh no. Oh no. Line piece. Just like Tetris. You want the line piece.
Welcome to the circus of value.
Sure. Right. Why not? Got money. 5 bags.
Feel your cravings at the circus of value.
Probably stop soon-ish.
We all move the great chain, and the great chain moves us all.
Photograph police by the What'd you got? Subject is friendly. No.
Who called you? Go make this harder than it
Why are there so many machines? Just always machines. I don't want this thing anymore. Give me Winter Blast.
Welcome.
I don't even have money to do that.
What? Is that you?
You'll have to fight Get over here!
Disgusting!
Get over here!
I'm closing in on the whole ring. I'd pat myself on the back, but let's face it, these aren't exactly bloodthirsty desperados we're talking about. Rapture's full of poets, artists, and tennis players, not hired gorillas. But this leader of theirs, this Fontaine, he seems to know his way around the grift. He keeps his nose clean, but not so clean that the right people don't know he's not to be trifled with.
I have so many machine gun rounds. I should probably be using. Getting drunk in the club.
Diane, my dear, I'm sorry, but I'll be late again tonight. Rosenberg is demanding to speak about this Fontaine business. I'm trying to build a proper financial market, and this idiot keeps going on about this, genetic modification, that. I'll go spend an hour pretending to pay attention to the poor fellow and be home as soon as I can.
Takes place under lava. You know, I'd play that.
Turn to blood! Come where I can reach you! That's right!
How is that only a C? Come on.
Keep running, coward!
That kind of sucked. That definitely sucked. Wow, what the fuck? Right. No, I paid to use the toilet. It would be so bright. You know, you might just be on to something.
Now, are you ever bringing old Peach them snappies, or are you just sightseeing?
I feel like I lost so much health in that bathroom that I don't really want to. Why did I double? Who needs water? Yeah, all the cities just trade whatever they're taking all their power from. Just you got your lava city, your water city, your sky city. I spent money on this. Whoops. I pressed E. It all works together to form one, you know, functioning society instead of a bunch of broken ones. Oops. Didn't actually mean to do that.
We saw our Masha today. We barely recognize her. That's her, Sam said. You're crazy, I told him. That thing? That is our Masha? But he was right. She was drawing blood out of a corpse by Fontaine Fisheries. And then when she was done, she walked off hand in hand with one of those awful golems. Masha!
I'll save Masha, maybe. Probably. Also, did the lights just go out? Oh, wait. Shorten alliance. I mean, okay, that I literally don't have anything for that slot, so perfect. That works out just fine. I'll take it. Where am I going? Oh, I'm still trying to get another picture of the spider slicer, but I missed my last opportunity. Go here, then no. What? This is actually impossible. They generated an impossible puzzle for me.
Are you afraid of
frankly I find quite rude. Just like Leo Potion. Yeah, I suppose so, huh? Well, that sucked. I've seen spider slices. Where are they? Where are they hiding?
A rapture reminder. Wanting an item from the service is forgivable. Buying or smuggling one into your rapture.
Why are there so many things to hack? Game has too much hacking. I'm hacking in the wrong direction. I'm like losing track of where I'm going.
The thought of me wife and child hiding in that filthy submarine makes me blood boil. Help me get them to safety and I'll be in your debt for life.
I met Ryan the day me and the lads were installing the bathroom plumbing up in his Posh Park Avenue digs. Oi, says he, what's with all the brass fittings? General contractor had me down for the tip. Well, I says, I suppose it's the contractor then who'll be bailing out your loo once a fortnight, is it? If it's price you're worried about, I'll be picking up the brass, so not to worry, Squire. And why would you be doing that, says he? Well, Mr. Ryan, profit or not, no man bails water out of privies built by Bill McDonough. Next day I finds out I'm Ryan's new general contractor.
I know what you're up to. Come on, you
Man. I gotta stop doing these. I gotta stop putting robots in my face. I still don't know. There's just like things shooting at other stuff. It continues to be a thing. I feel like I need to restart the game or something. But do one of these, and then one of these, and then one of those. I can actually not even use that because I don't have enough money. I'll take a picture of a dead thing. Oh, I can. Not bad. Doesn't give me as many points, but I can do it.
sinking the profits back into bigger and better plasmids, building them Fontaine poorhouses, like Fontaine recruiting centers. Before we know it, bloke's gonna have an army of splicers. We're gonna have ourselves a whole heap of miseries.
The Fontaine guy. I don't like him. Oh, my way. Oh. I just like to break this. Ow! It exploded.
Who's there? What is that?
Guess the answer is yes, but also should I?
Hey.
Use it to hack for free. What? Oh.
Nothing there. Who's it?
Gotcha. Oh, okay, so you get tonics for... you can search again to get different loot. Not bad. Oh, yeah. I got nothing. I've been immediately owned. I still need pictures of spider slices, dude. Get me pictures of spider slices. Famous quote from Comic Book Man. This thing is like, I'm shutting you off. You're like basically dead already.
Can anyone ever make that sector going? Rapture.
The smuggler is the threat. It is your mission to report the smuggler.
Stop it! Stop it! Please, don't make me do this anymore. Guess I could use money. $1, maybe. That's kind of sucks. I just need a picture. I think it would be easier. follow the direction of the shooting. I don't know. This is like closed. I can't go anywhere here. So I guess I have to go back up, but the only other way I can go. Can I open this at all? Can I shock this? Yes. Okay. Oh, that just takes me back here. Why is this place a maze? Maze with no spiders. Okay, where can I go? Top floor, which goes nowhere. The upper wharf, I guess, is the only real direction.
We all move the great chain, and the great chain moves us all.
Except for the part where it's locked. Can I blow this open? No. What the heck is going on? I feel like I gotta find my way out now. Otherwise, I'll just be very confused when I come back to this later. Up here?
Did it get me, huh?
Hold it!
Oh, what?
Here come the little hyenas now.
I think this is the low point of the game. It feels like it. Hi, Alta. Thanks for the raid. I'm at the low point of Bioshock, apparently. Snug is a bug. How is Bug Fables? This is my first playthrough of Bioshock. We're just coming in here. Oh.
Come on, then. Fight.
First playthrough, basically. I played it once and I did not get as far as I am right now. Snug is a sea slug and a rug, yeah. Probably more accurate. Taking pictures of dead bodies, you know. Very cute, that's good.
What?
You shall know I am the
Oh, shit. Really? Well, this game is not as cute. But it's enjoyable. This game has a lot of hacking for some reason. Endless hacking minigames. Big Daddies are cute. That's true. They're kind of cute. So I guess I found the place I wasn't finding before, maybe. Oh, wait, no, I've looked at those dead people already. It's just in here. Shooting continues unabated in the distance. I need to use my grenade launcher more, apparently. Give me the right thing. Whatever, I've got this for a reason.
Here to visit the scum of the earth?
You are what I need. Also die. Would you kindly yourself, buddy? I finally have a compass again. And I can go to a place. The cheese. Collected $1. Love to see it. You know, you'd love to see something else actually. Like more dollars.
The smuggler is the friend of the parasite. It is
My wife, Moira, she's a right pain in the neck. But she's a beauty, and she means the world to me. I can't help feel God's punishing me for bringing her and Patrick to this place. I thought this would be a better life for us. Can you imagine a bigger fool than that?
I have so many grenades to just use on dump on the next big daddy I see, I guess. Because I don't know what else I'd use those for. Increase the flow speed. I guess I'll do it. It was a good time to save. Anyway, if you're here from the raid, by the way, I'm Giga. You might know of me already from Pi Stream or Alter Stream. I assume some of you are from Pi Stream. Play lots of Nintendo games. Not, you know, so much old shooters. Well, actually, no, I love old shooters. I don't often stream them, but I do want to play Half-Life and Doom. Well, Half-Life, I want to play Black Mesa. I already played Half-Life. I'm not going to stream that. But Black Mesa I haven't touched since they, like, updated it. So I kind of want to, since the early access or whatever, I guess. I haven't even seen Zen, well, in Black Mesa yet. Also play various Nintendo 64 games every week. Except, maybe not Friday, but N64 Mania, if you've heard of that. Well, if you've been on Alter Stream, you've heard of it too. I'm there, usually. Also playing some questionable Nintendo 64 games. Oh, hi. Annoying. Got money. Try and kill this Big Daddy. Oh. Okay, are these people like... Are these the people who are just shooting forever and making lots of noise while I was doing like 50 other things? Okay, I need to save here. And then I need to blow up some Big Daddies, I think. I feel like I took way too much damage. Anyway.
Thank you. Thank you.
God, these children are so creepy. Probably because they're all like 50 years old or something. Secretly. They're creepier after they're human again. That's the crazy part. Big Daddies though, they're cute. That'll explode. So cheese. I don't know how I'm gonna kill that one. Guess I just might not. Well, that sucks. Have these turrets been shooting at each other? Is this what's been happening? So, if you just came in here, I've been hearing just like enemies shooting each other for like 40 minutes while I wasn't even remotely in the same room, and I'm guessing it's because of these guys. It's been very annoying, actually. You're friends now, stop it. Oh, come on. I honestly think your game is glitched. It might be. I'm having a unique experience, that's for sure. You were close. Oh shit, I saved before killing this guy. Well, maybe there's like an explosive barrel I can use and save myself a little bit of effort. Yeah, you really gotta make sure you get Big Daddy in the middle of the frame. You have like what? I thought he was dead. He had like no health. I haven't seen a power that people state. They keep telling me about mechanics that I haven't encountered in the game yet. Man, I should have saved after killing this guy, I guess. Oh, I have these. Hell yeah. That doesn't help. Maybe I should put down. I wonder if I put down a proximity mine, will aggro after that? Yeah, I kind of assumed as much. I don't know. I've heard that before. Let's see if this works. I like drop this over there, and then switch to a frag, and then maybe. Oh, I didn't take a picture yet. Gotta take a picture. I took a picture again. Oh. Oh. Wow. I didn't, should have been doing that, I guess. Why are you just not taking damage sometimes from these? Makes me mad. I pressed F, but too late. Oh wait. Or did I? I'm kind of getting lazy in fighting these guys, but there's not really any options to dodge. I'm just sad I didn't save after killing him. Whoops. Any plasmids I could use that would I could switch out right now? If I just walk back. Wait, I still need to take a picture. Can't forget that. And you. Okay. hacked it. Wait, I don't have my... I just hurt myself because I didn't want to hack it. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted either. Why am I... How is it not hitting? There we go. Oh, that's not good.
But that doesn't mean we always win. Fontaine Future Instincts is the biggest thing going in Rapture.
My first fight was fine, and I forgot about saving. I'm too used to video games that don't make you do that anymore.
Dreamtime, Mr. B.
That's true, it does have autosaves. Nonetheless. Well, yeah, but I know what I did. I've just pressed F twice. Can I shoot this? Ah. I have an electro bolt, which is probably... Okay. Let's save after I do this time. I kind of want to just stop streaming, if only so that this shooting bug stops. Hopefully. I wonder if I can blow them up with their own remote mines. Sounds like a thing I can do. Snark is a shooting bug. What if I'm just doomed to hear shooting forever? No matter what I'm doing. Oh, this has been a pretty convenient lineup here. I don't even actually need to use that heal station. Alright, well... this whole section has been kind of whatever. Supposed to go now? Fontaine Fisheries, right, okay. I can just go that way. There's one more Big Daddy around to kill. My game is possibly bugged, but all of these things will be solved Thursday, I think. I think I'll be streaming Thursday. Given my current schedule. Let's do another like proper hard save, I guess. I need more health. Probably be okay. Probably. I don't know why I'm doing all this after I saved. I'm reloading stuff, which is not necessary. Anyway, thanks everybody for watching. Thanks also for the big raid. We'll be back to this, I think, Thursday night. And then yeah, until then, I'll see ya, and I don't know who to host or raid.